on
Uh-oh.
OBS. I have fixed it. There we go.
Rookie mistake.
Rookie mistake, not double checking the microphone. Alright. Hello. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
It has been a minute, but we are alive. And we have Tate again.
Woo!
Wahoo.
I hate this
By
guy.
unpopular
He's too
demand,
lovable.
I'm the only one that celebrated Tate.
That's
too.
true. Tabby is my favorite.
Rain, don't forget to change your reactive to Rainer Glaudefnin instead of Rainer Risaki. But it has been a while. It's been 2 weeks, actually, since we last played. We missed a week, but
It's been 2 weeks since D&D.
Despair and sadness.
last we left off, it was only an extra week, Tori. You're fine.
You don't know me. You don't know what Tabby's had to deal with the last week.
I feel like at this point I know you pretty well, actually.
You think I got her into WoW just because? I got her into WoW to save myself.
But no, last we left off, you all continued your investigations on APS Island. Hellebore confronted Rindal about the party's imprisonment and about numerous things, including but not limited to Hellebore's perception of Rindal's morality. And Rindal revealed a number of things, including that she gave her key fragment to Todd willingly. She also offered to accidentally leave out a few potions this coming night and a telepathic bond scroll. Meanwhile, the others broke into the APS headquarters and found their way to the center of the vaguely labyrinthian building, where they found a meeting room. And inside that meeting room, an unoccupied throne. One with a name that none of you recognized looking upon it. And, without thinking, Rain sat upon the throne of Alphonse Prelon Strixhand.
How did I?
Oh, no.
that?
I want to clarify. Rain thought about it. It was a premeditated error.
Rain did think about it.
Rain looked at it for a whole half a millisecond. Went yes.
Rain then spoke with Alphonse Prelon Strixhand, the spirit of the man who apparently was not the founder of APS, but the reason APS was founded. And spoke of his hatred for monsters. Kiana, one of the 9 commands, entered the room, and the party quickly fled after successfully tearing Rain off the throne, fleeing into the ethereal with the assistance of Heli's nightmare, where they were able to witness the interaction with Kiana and his assistant as they discovered that the throne had been tampered with. Then Kiana made his assistant sit upon the throne and commune with Alphonse. A communion you were not able to hear, but could tell was happening. You then proceeded to wander through the halls of APS Island searching for anything else, where you found a book. One that had a map with 9 dots upon it, all moving, marking the locations of all 9 commands of APS, along with a list of their current missions. Confirming the information that you had already received from Helibor's pixies, I believe they were? That there are currently 4, I believe, commands on the island. And one, Ariane, who did not appear to be on the plane at all. Helibor then sparred with one of Heli's summons, a Cambion by the name of Dan, and marked down, finally, proficiency in scythes.
It's worth noting that his name is Dantalion, but Heli calls him Dan.
Dantalion, aka Dan. With a plan to collect Rindal's potions, and I believe there was another plan within that. You waited for nightfall. And as night falls, what do you do?
Your mom.
Fuck.
Damn! So the other plan that you forgot about was we need to find out where Heli at least really wants to find out where at least one of the captain sleeps, because she has a plan on what to do about that.
Oh, that's fun.
We're also gonna talk with the ghost dude again.
Yeah, well, was that the plan? I thought the plan was to go back and investigate the book, which is not in the room with the ghost dude.
Plan
Wait, hold on.
that.
Did I not share that plan last time? Was I supposed to keep that
You
secret?
fell
Hold on, I might have
asleep.
just revealed.
First of all, you
I-
fell asleep last time.
But I mean, I seem to recall that you wanted to go back and talk to the ghost dude, but I don't think me or Tori knew why you wanted to do that.
Okay, cool.
Rain voiced that he wanted to, basically free the guy, and we had, the whole discussion about how we would do that, and possibly have, Philly sit on the throne so that he could be the one to be possessed, and we could commune with it through that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I don't think that, if I recall, Heli and Helibor were not really too on board with it, because the keys are really the priority right now. But the plan that we landed on last time was that, at the time, the 3 of us would go into APS with V, because there's a 3 max limit on that. But now that we're bringing Talzin with us, that does have to be kind of changed.
We have to split up.
I have been ruminating on it for the past, 2 weeks, because I have problems. And I do.
Tori turns on their webcam, brings us to a room in the house. That tab we didn't even know about. It's just wires upon wires sprawled out across 5 different billboards that are sanctioned in different parts of the room.
Y'all, this is my head 24/7.
So this is what we're gonna do.
No, but I was just thinking, since we should have the telepathic bond scroll and the invisibility potions, since Rain is wanting to talk to the guy on the throne again and kind of figure that out, we could split into 2 teams, with Rain on one to deal with the throne and also take a look at the book again, and then Helibor on the other to try to find where the key is, where Helena's key is specifically, since that's kind of her highest priority, and then the others can decide where they want to go from there.
Doesn't Kiana keep their key on him?
Yeah.
The key-
I mean, maybe not when they're sleeping, though.
Thanks, Tate. I didn't realize what I did until you started that.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Damn, if Kiana did use she/her, it would be like, doesn't she keep her key on her?
Oh my god. You're a goon.
Okay, so we got two groups, Rain in one, Halibor in the other. Is Hyacinth part of this plan? Or is Hyacinth doing something?
Hyacinth and Talzin were both originally intended to stay back, but Tate is back now, so I don't imagine Talzin is staying back.
And I'll just set out.
Oh, yeah.
You'll have fun. I'm gonna go play Monster Hunter or some shit.
It is up to you whether you guys want to bring Hyacinth along or not.
Well, again, V can only bring 3 people into the ethereal at a time. Technically, it doesn't give a time limit, so like we could finagle that, but I would rather not push that any more than it is. I don't want us getting stranded in the ethereal plane for any length of time.
What? Nah, leave me in there. I'll win. I'll just simply not get stranded.
So Ellie would look to Rain and say, well, do you think you can get in there by yourself? Because I was pretty integral to the plan last time.
You were.
I mean,
What?
Did we ever figure out like where? Okay, so we found out where the entrance to that secret room was, right?
There were
'Cause we
many
followed it back.
entrances, but yes, you did. You would
Okay.
probably be able to navigate your way back to it.
Okay.
well, I would push against that because it was like a whole maze, and because we were in the ethereal plane, just walked through the maze. We
That's-
did not solve the maze at all.
That's true. But I believe you navigated your way back out.
Out. Yeah, we did at one point because it was at the end that we did that. Because we had to roll the stealth checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were looking for the book while we were in the material because we couldn't see things while we were in the ethereal.
Yeah. So
What
you-
about maybe rolling a history check or something?
Yeah, that would make sense if it was like a history check.
Since it is a maze. What the fuck was that? I'm so sorry. I just got my laptop open, so I'm still opening up all my stuff.
Tisk tisk.
It wasn't turning on.
SMH.
Okay, so who all's going where exactly?
That's what we're trying to figure out. Right now, Helly just asked if Rain could get there without her help.
Okay. 1 second. Okay. It's not a D20. Hold on, I'm missing my dice. Where did I put my dice tray? Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, history check, right?
Yes.
That is not too bad. It's a 21.
21. Okay. You feel like you could find your way back pretty easily.
Okay. Then Rain would nod. Yeah, I won't lie, you definitely made finding the place and locating it so much easier, but I can definitely get back there, I feel.
And Towson, you're pretty sneaky, right? You're like small and stuff. No, wait, Towson's big.
I was gonna say, that's like Talzin looming over the entire party.
Uh,
Depending.
But you can like turn invisible.
Yeah, I can do that now.
So
Right.
If-
Hold on, let me double check.
Should be able to. I
If-
think that's one of the ones you're saying.
It should be. I might have it. I might not have it prepared.
well,
That's-
you would have
yeah.
had time to prepare it.
Yeah,
today.
I'll do that. I'll do that right now.
If Helly does find where one of the commanders sleeps, I would need to be there to do my thing. So, what if I just send Philly with you guys so you can do the throne thing with Philly, and then I can go with Helly and do our stuff?
Sure. I didn't really comprehend that. I was looking through spells. Sorry, what was that? It just sounded smart.
Sending you with Rain and Philly into the heart where you are most likely to get caught.
Ha!
To do kind of the most dangerous job at the moment because we don't know how the ghost is going to react. How does Towson feel about that?
Hey, Tate, you and
Yeah.
me? Like old times?
Oh,
Always works
Christ.
out well.
That's never gone wrong. I'm sure I can manage.
You said
Right.
manage as I hit manage on my character sheet. What the fuck?
I am dictating your entire life.
I would send V with you, but my friends get a little antsy if I'm not there to tell them what to do. So, they might attack someone if I'm not around.
That's fair. I'm sure.
Do you
I'm
think
sure we'll
that-
be fine.
You guys could also maybe check the book again. I feel like it
Sure.
would be really useful to get more information out of it.
I don't see why we couldn't.
Great. And sounds like a plan. And then Hyacinth. All right, Hya, you do Hya things.
I'm pretty good at doing higher things.
Hyacinth be like, hiya, then things happen.
my favorite part of the Adventures of Azius was when
Hyacinth Hya all over the place.
This is when Hyacinth said hiya, and then hiya all over said it's hiya-ing time, and then hiya all over the place.
Hyacinth in like Link cosplay. Was always
Yeah.
Anyway, sounds like we have our goals. Yep, great. Let's go.
Sounds like it.
So who are we covering first?
We do need to go to the office first and get the telepathic bond scroll and the invisibility potions.
Yes. Are all of you going to Rindal's office?
Seems like that might be suspicious. Maybe. I feel like Helly probably wouldn't think this, but we all did just walk out of prison. So if they're going to be keeping eyes on anyone, they might have some vague eyes on us. So we might not want to do anything as a large group. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah, that checks.
I didn't even hear what you said, to be honest. I'm going through things right now.
Sweet. Very Rain.
So who
I mean,
is breaking into Rindal's unlocked office?
I think that would be Hellebore. Like, Hellebore knows Rindal the best. Helly doesn't want to see Rindal. Doesn't want even a chance to see Rindal. So
Yeah.
and then you'd bring it back to us. So
I mean, Rain would volunteer to go with. It's breaking into someplace. That's fun.
breaking into some place that is
I mean,
unlocked and ready
yeah,
for you
like-
to be there.
I love breaking into a place we have full permission.
But
to
then we
be
could,
in.
yeah, but then we could steal something, that we don't have permission.
Yeah, we have
and then get Helmore in a ton of trouble.
we have exactly one captain on our side. Let's break their trust.
Sounds like a great
They're-
idea.
Notably, they're chiefs, not captains. There's
Same
only one
difference.
captain.
Hmm.
The one captain is Elsword.
Yeah, I mean, Helleber will dip in there real quick. I mean, she should, like, she's not gonna like snoop or anything. She's basically just gonna get the stuff that was like supposedly set out there and then yeet out.
I will be right back.
We'll start there then. Hellebore. You make your way to Rindal's office, the entrance that you've been through a few times now. And just as she promised, the door is unlocked. You push it open and step inside into the kind of chambers that are all too familiar to you at this point. And you see a collection of bottles, all kind of placed together on a counter in the actual lab section. A total of, let me double check, a total of 40 potion bottles sit there.
Oh my god.
As well as a scroll of parchment.
Damn. Did she leave the paper that has the keys locations on it?
You do see a I said a scroll of parchment. I meant to say two. You do see two rolls of parchment. Kind of unrolling one of them, you see it is the telepathic bond scroll, and unrolling the other, you do see a list of the 9 commands and information regarding what Rindal knows of their fragments. Both Rindal and Holly are marked as missing, as I believe those are the 2 fragments that you have.
Indeed.
Ariane is marked as unknown. Kiana is marked as carrying his physically on him at most, if not all times. Alwadens is apparently on her ship in the captain's quarters. Ariel's is unknown, though most likely somewhere underwater. Aconite's is held in his grove, though it doesn't include a location of where the grove is. Tatum carries his on him, and Elsword's is unknown.
Well, that sounds like an ordeal.
Damn, that sounds like something for someone else to remember.
Yeah, can you please?
I'm
Me? Me? Are you kidding me? Absolutely not.
I'm putting it down.
Okay.
Each of the potion bottles do have labels, including a small description of how to use them. There are...
Could you maybe put those in notes, just because that's a little bit easier to keep track of, versus having to, like, scroll?
Fair enough. I will do that for you. There are a total of 14 invisibility potions, though 6 of them are to be applied directly, whereas 8 of them are to be consumed. You imagine that is likely a difference between applied to an item versus consumed by a humanoid. 8 haste potions, 2 amnesia potions, 12 healing potions, 4 greater healing potions, and then, of course, the telepathic bond scroll, which I will put all of that in the notes as well.
What I miss?
I'm
Your mother-
typing out that information now.
Okay.
So all of that information is now in notes for you.
Yippee, yippee, yippee.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. She is going to. Good thing she has 4 arms. She's going to absolutely heave all of these up, basically taking up all of her space that she can. And then quickly and as silently as she can get out of there and go to the others.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check to slip out of her office unseen.
Okay. Uh, 26.
26. Easy. You are out of there. No one even notices you were there.
Perfection. She will go ahead and go to the others. You see her approach and she is like absolutely loaded down with shit. And she will kind of just tiptoe on over to the others and then start setting everything down for Rain to probably loot.
For Rain to steal all of without looking.
I feel like we can
too
pretty.
well.
Most of this is pretty easily like 8 potions. That's 8 humanoid potions. That could be 2 for each of us that are going out, not including Hyacinth. Because and Philly doesn't need one. Invisibility items. Each group can get 3. Haste, 2 for everyone again. Amnesia, each group can get 1. Healing, 3 for everyone. Greater healing, I guess everyone gets 1 except for Hyacinth. And telepathic bond, we're going to be using.
Why do you think I picked those numbers specifically?
Words. I totally comprehended all of that. Anyways.
The
So Hallie
potions
with her
can be
strong-
easily divided between the party.
With Hallie, with her strong sense of justice and fairness, will step in if Rain starts taking more than what is allotted to him.
For sure.
Well, seeing as how there are 4 PCs, I'm
Hyacinth,
assuming that
by this point, has already slipped off to go do Hyacinth things.
Okay.
cool
Buy
Hyacinth
a
doesn't
thing.
get shit.
What a professional.
Yeah, no, he is already off doing his job.
How many potions of what are there?
There's a few. It's in notes.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry, I wasn't looking at notes.
Why did I just not get pinged in notes? What the fuck? Okay.
You would get everyone, if we split this fairly, everyone would get 2 invisibility potions, 2 potions of haste, 3 potions of healing, and a potion of greater healing. And then I would probably designate Hellebore and Rain as our group leads to hold 3 invisibility for items and 1 amnesia each.
That checks.
Okay. So, hold on, really quick. Who can magically heal? Of the group.
Felibor.
Who all, is Hellebore the only one?
Helly can summon Dee Dee to heal.
Yeah, you
Honestly,
guys.
I would say
guys
split them
don't have
how
much in
they
healing.
are. Yeah,
Yeah.
split them as they are, because if need, as you have it, because if need be, we can always grab potions from someone else.
Yeah.
To heal.
Mhm.
Because I know Rain has a potion of healing because he wasn't able to heal in case someone else went down, because that was a thing in a battle long ago. So he already has 1 potion of greater healing. Oh god. I forgot Rain has a bag of holding.
Yeah, terrifying news.
It's where the owlbear stuffies are.
Mm-hmm. Phoenix plush. I'm going through and like adding all of these.
Mm-hmm.
My head hurts. Talon, regarding the thing you just said in our DMs, but that's boring. Who takes that?
What?
But in the new version, it's a feat. You only take feats.
What is it?
Ability score improvement. She said she needed
Ah.
to increase her intelligence, and so she's thinking of taking the observant feat instead of, buffing her intelligence.
What's your intelligence at?
16,
16.
I think.
Yeah, if you just take observant, you'll have to wait another 4 levels before you can increase it again to 18. If you just take an ability score improvement, you can increase it to 18 right now.
True, and I guess in the long run, you could always learn feats.
Mm-hmm.
You know, God.
You learn to be observant.
I mean, technically you could.
I don't know. That didn't sound very
Alan,
like
just say
really.
yes.
I mean,
Wait, what?
that's what technically you could mean. It means yes. It's just not easy.
My brain just clocked that there's 2 different invisibility things, and now I'm having a stroke.
There's invisibility for us. We drink it and turn invisible, and there's an invisibility we can put on an item if we want, like, say, a key to be invisible.
Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't clock it at first, and then I did, and my brain just like stopped working.
How do we make that a key? Like drink the potion? Do we just like drink
Pretty
it?
sure you can.
Drink it?
I'm pretty sure you can just pour it on the key.
Is it like a magical
You have to
gas
persuade.
slip,
You
or
have
is
to
it
persuade.
liquid where it like make it a splash?
I would say. I mean, it's up to the DM. But I think you're overthinking it.
Does it have a smell? I feel like it could have a smell that could give it away.
I would imagine someone who made a potion of invisibility would intentionally make it odorless.
I was gonna say.
How did we decide we're splitting up the greater healing potions?
A 1 for each
one
of
each.
you.
Okay.
Guys, I don't like this.
Nothing has happened yet. What do you don't like?
I just took
Yesterday,
a score improvement. Ugh.
yesterday, half the session was people being like, "I don't like this. This is freaky." But at least something was going on. Nothing's happening here.
Sorry, I just.
Oh
took
no,
the
my
ability
character's
score
getting
improvement.
stronger.
Oh no! He's
Sexy.
improving. Oh
Fireball
god.
is now 16, guys. You should fear this.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's a reason we kept Rain at low intelligence, was so that we could save against their fireball.
You
We're
guys
all
gonna be able
doomed
to
now.
You guys can easily pass 16, right?
Sure. I have resistance to fire anyway, so
Oh, well, I would intentionally try to hit you.
I'll live.
perfect.
I just simply won't take damage.
You like taking damage, let's be honest.
It says the one with Con is a dumb stat who dies every single round.
Halibor would gladly be in the fireball because it reminds her of what her dad would do.
For real.
Helen doesn't have a dad, though. Wait, oh!
What? Did you think it's Ellie? Oh my god.
Nice.
I'm the assistant of Todd.
Oh my god.
So we're splitting the group up. Who's going first?
Well, someone has to use, or at least Helibor would suggest going ahead and using maybe the telepathic bond scroll here, just so we can let each other know if there's something, like, you know.
How long does that work for?
I believe
An
telepathic
hour, I
bond
wanna
lasts
say.
an hour, but let me double check.
Well,
we can't-
okay,
We would have to cast it while we're all together because I can't imagine
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
cast it on.
hear
someone
me
half-
out, though.
Yeah.
It's a spell scroll, guys. What if we go buy the ingredients to
Ooh,
go learn it
yeah.
and put it into our thing?
Oh, wait,
Actually,
yeah, that's
just
true.
give us a spell scroll. We got 2 wizards. Let's go.
Wait,
Yeah.
And we're gonna be here for a while, so we can save that for when we're doing something much more involved, rather than just looking at a book and not whatnot.
Rain, I don't think you can copy it into your spell book, but Talzin should be able to, because it's a fifth
Which
level
one?
spell.
Telepathic bond.
Oh, yeah, give me that shit.
But because you have a level of not wizard, you shouldn't have fifth level spells yet, Rain.
Rain, you're fucking pathetic.
Also worth noting is
You built him like this.
No.
also worth noting. Helly generally doesn't carry things on her. She usually just gets Philly to do it. So she's probably borrowing a bag to keep these potions on her. But if Talzin needs any soulbound crystals, Philly's carrying 16 of them, and he'll be following you. So
Oh, I'll definitely. Okay, noted. Because I have 2 on me currently.
What potions am I supposed to add to my character sheet? I'm so sorry.
2 invisibility potions, 2 haste potions, 3 healing potions, and 1 greater healing potion.
also, I think we're giving an amnesia. No, we're giving the amnesia potion to Talzin. He'll make better decisions with it.
Okay, I'll snag
it-
one then.
This is a potion that will make someone forget. What was it? The last 5 minutes or something like that. Did Rindal leave us instructions?
Yeah, so on the bottle itself, it does have a label that says...
Is this something
It's
that's like
homebrew.
in to the game? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Just
you
double
won't
check.
be able to find it on D&D Beyond. There's
Where is it? Okay, I got it.
there's a label on the potion that reads that it will erase the last 5 minutes of memory of the person who consumed it, but that people of particularly strong wills may be resistant.
Gross.
Also worth noting that we could do this in character. It'd make more sense. You brought us the list of where everything is, right? Where all the keys are.
Yeah, she would have brought it, and yeah, definitely, like, after everyone's finished looting everything, she'll kind of hold it out for everyone to look at.
Well,
This
Kiana
looks
and-
like really complicated. I definitely think Kiana's will probably be the easiest to get. I have no idea where the other ones might be.
yeah, but Kiana and Tatum would also be the first to notice theirs are gone, right?
True.
Ariel might have to be the last one because we don't know where underwater is. There's to my understanding of the material, there's a lot of water, so that might be hard.
I mean, I feel like other than the ones that carry it on them, Aladdin's might be the easiest if we can find out where the ship is. I don't
Mhm.
know where Aconite's Grove is or really how to find that.
Aladdin's on APS Island. This is the perfect time to get it from their ship.
As long as they took it here, I imagine they would have.
And Aconite, but do we know where his grove is?
Oh, Hyacinth might know. Possibly, he said that he knew Aconite before or something. He seems to know a lot about him.
Okay. And well, obviously, Elsword and Ariane are gonna be difficult. So,
Yeah.
of course, she mutters. Of course, Ariane's gonna be difficult. Fucking bitch.
It's Rain, so I don't know if he would mention it, but I recall he overheard a conversation where they said the Arians was in his magic mansion. I don't know if he would tell the rest of us that, but
Oh no, we'd have to be invited to his magic mansion. Oh fuck. But anyway, we don't know that until Ayla decides to say it.
I was muted. I'm sorry. I've only been half listening. Give me just a second.
Well, you should be half speaking then.
Sorry, I am going to really quick take some medicine. Give me just a moment.
Ayla needs her normal pills.
Interesting that they have a naval chief and an aquatic chief.
weird.
I have drugs.
Drugs.
Those mean two very different things in this world, though. Aquatic chief would refer to someone who interacts primarily beneath the waves, whereas naval chief would be someone who interacts mostly upon ships.
So
Okay.
particular.
Do we have it written down
Yep, and notes.
somewhere so I can read where
Notes.
where keys are?
In
Notes.
notes.
That's what we are all referring to at the moment.
Okay.
Every time we say notes, just gets a little louder, a little more aggressive.
We have Reindel's key. Who was the other person we got? I'm so sorry.
Holly's
Holly,
key.
the other one who's missing.
Holly. Okay.
And we know that they know Holly's key is missing, but they have no idea where it went.
Which were the two that Rain was overhearing talk?
Alwadin and Ariel.
Okay. And which one has the one put inside the mansion that we were talking about?
Ariane, which only you know about.
You only know about the mansion, but he's also the one you tried to flirt with, but he turned out to be a romantic.
You don't gotta bring that up, Tammy. We don't gotta bring that up.
I think we gotta bring it
Wasn't
up.
that Kiana?
Was that
Yeah, that
Kiana?
was Kiana. That
I'm
was
almost
Kiana.
positive that was Kiana.
I thought it was the mage,
No.
the arcanist.
Hold on, we can solve this really quick and easy. Let's just look up Kiana's name. How do you spell Kiana?
It's oh my god.
Right there. We'll know it is spelled in these two different lists. It is spelled differently in both of them.
That's
one of them
wild.
has an extra N.
Oh wait, I just gotta scroll down and it has the knowledge I was looking for. I'm sorry, I'm dumb.
Talon, Do you remember which one it was? Because I was pretty sure it was Arian.
I'm pretty sure it's Ariane as well, because I do not have aromantic in my notes for Kiana.
My notes were like this. Hold on, I can tell by the picture. Give me just a moment. Oi, fuck you. It was Kiana.
Okay.
That's
fair
what I
enough.
remember.
I think. Wait, does this mean you made it? He just says a fuck you, Ayla, out of the blue? That's such a you thing to do.
I mean, I don't have a sexuality written down for Kiana at all, so.
Okay, well, now you do.
I'm still not convinced it was Kiana, honestly.
I don't
But
remember. Y'all keep
I
fighting.
am
over this.
100% positive.
I remember because it was, we made jokes because it's the same name with the, devil.
Okay, well, I remember Talon being like, I literally already have it written down that he's Arrow Ace.
We rolled for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright. You sure. Kiana, then. Then,
I mean, we
okay.
have video evidence. We can always go back and check real quick.
Yeah.
It's
Fine,
fine.
episode.
It doesn't matter that much.
It kind of does, because the most charismatic of us is Rain, and if he's already destroyed that bridge, we're not getting invited to that mansion.
I mean, you can go back and check. Like, I literally am positive. Like, I bet my fucking life on it. I clearly remember that.
I believe you.
Mm-hmm.
It's also possible
And we
I
can still get
misread my
invited
notes, because Ariane and Kiana are really close to each other. Which
We
would be
can
why I
always-
said I already have it written down.
I mean, there's other ways we can get into the mansion. It's not the biggest deal.
No, there's literally not. He has to summon the mansion for us.
Yeah, and there are ways to make him do that.
I mean, even in the case that Rain did like burn that bridge, Taliesin has a connection to him. So
Yeah, we got this.
Teehee.
would Rain mention that though? Like about the mansion, or would he keep that to himself?
Ooh, you guys are gonna hate this.
Classic. Ooh, y'all gonna hate this. Kills Rayla.
I'm sorry, but Rain wouldn't see its relevant information immediately to
Okay, I have to challenge that. We are literally talking about the keys right now and where they are, and we have a glaring one that says unknown. How is it not relevant? Okay, if you say so.
SMH my head.
All right. Hallie points at Arian and says, well, his is unknown, but I guess none of us know where it is, so we'll have to figure that out later.
I can just imagine Ellie just like staring directly at Rain.
So I'm like, I'm saying this, but for some reason, some god is telling me to look you dead in the eyes as I say it. Nothing's compelling me. Don't know what that's about.
No one knows where it is, huh? How strange.
Rindal doesn't know where it is. That's all this is saying. Not that
You're
no
right.
one knows, just that Rindal doesn't. Rindal doesn't know most things, so. Well, we should. We still have jobs to do tonight, but definitely before the meeting, we should. Which I also think Ayla knows when the meeting is, but hasn't told anyone.
Helibor does, actually,
Yeah.
and hasn't had a good opportunity to. But whenever you say that, she will like kind of facepalm.
Oh my gosh, I never told you guys. I'm so sorry. There was like a lot going on and stuff, and I kind of forgot. I did find out when the meeting is actually.
Oh,
It is the 26th of this month, which is also when I transform. Um, I don't know how that's going to work.
we should probably try not to be here then.
It'd be much better if we could do it beforehand. I mean,
Right.
we basically have to. There's no way I can be here and transform, especially it's a double moon. Those are like really bad.
Oh,
I definitely
okay.
need to be somewhere far away from like anyone.
So we need to find out where let me look at the name. Alwaden's ship is. We need to. Someone needs to talk to Ariel and see if they can get anything about where theirs are. And Kiana's we could go ahead and grab before we leave if we're lucky. But I don't know if we're gonna get this. I don't know if we can get all of them by the meeting. That doesn't seem likely. Some of them are kind of far away.
We could. This presents a good opportunity, though, to grab some of them. We don't have a strict deadline, luckily, on when to get them. But we do need to be careful for in case they decide to start moving keys, because they are aware now that keys are going missing. Key fragments are going missing.
Right. So let's get a move on then. We got plans.
Do you want V to just drop us off somewhere inside and then we can look from there, Helly?
It took me a second to process that. Are we going inside?
I mean, I guess I could look out here. I figured they probably slept in there, right?
Maybe, Colin, when we were
Yes.
going through the building, did we see anything that looked like bedrooms?
Roll history. At advantage because it was today.
Uh, 15 total.
15. I would say there were a lot of rooms that you didn't pass through. But you did notice a sign that said living quarters. That pointed deeper into down a wing that you didn't go down.
Okay.
Though you're not sure if that's for the commands or just members of APS who live on the island.
Right. Sure. We can do that.
Okay. We should probably take our potions first, though.
Helibor will go ahead and down one of her invisibilities.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Those last for an hour unless you break the invisibility.
Looks like it would be invisibility time.
Rain would try to stop Helibor before immediately doing that and be like, hey, try to wait till you get closer. That way you have the maximum duration for the potion.
I will also note that because you haven't copied the spell into Talzin's book, you still haven't cast Telepathic Bond.
Mm-hmm. we probably won't be having that for tonight. It'd be a future espionage mission for telepathic bond.
Gotcha.
If
I
push comes to
mean-
shove, Rain has sending, so.
True.
You also
I was
have
just gonna
Philly,
drink
so-
it.
so
I also
you
have
the-
sending.
Ooh,
but also
look at
not-
you.
Also not. Well, I mean, we all did this at the same time. So, and that was one of the ones we were sharing.
I mean, I was just gonna drink it now because, like, if we don't, then it's gonna be like, yippee, we all pop in the middle of a hallway.
Well,
Clearly
it's-
visible in there.
It's gonna be kind of like that anyway if we take V, because V doesn't have an invisibility potion. So
we could
V
give
at
it
least
to you,
is
though.
good up here. I guess.
I
mean,
don't know.
that's
Guess
up-
it
that's
doesn't
up-
specify. Oh well, there's the item invisibility. We might be able to rub
Well-
that on them to make them
I-
invisible.
Well,
The-
it's up to Talon if going in and out of the ethereal plane constitutes an action large enough to break invisibility.
So okay, two things. One, I marked it as humanoid. I should have marked it as creature. Any creature can consume the potion and go invisible. So that would include V. Two, V's the one taking the action, not you guys. So
Right.
you all wouldn't break invisibility, but V would.
Mm-hmm. So we need to find a spot at least that we can appear where V would be hidden enough to then drink an invisibility potion. But also worth noting, that means we do have the clomping of a horse with also fire sounds following us, even if invisible.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, okay. First, I guess I need like the specifics of this. Whenever you drink like an invisibility potion, does that count as you concentrating on that?
So potions don't require concentration.
Okay, so you can cast spells while you have that.
No.
No,
If you cast
casting
a
a
spell,
spell
it's
breaks
invisible.
invisibility regardless of how you are invisible.
You could theoretically cast a concentration spell and then drink an invisibility potion, and
Yes.
that won't break your concentration. But you can't cast a spell after drinking the potion.
Yeah, casting a spell while invisible will end the invisibility regardless of how you are invisible. But if you cast a concentration spell first, then you can consume the potion with no consequences.
Unless it's a greater invisibility, but that only lasts a minute. But it
Yeah.
doesn't break it if you cast a spell or attack with
But
it.
these are not greater invisibility. These are regular invisibility.
Alright. I guess we go in there through V, and then I cast my spell, and then I drink the potion. That's fine. We can do that.
And I guess we can still hear things in the ethereal plane, right?
Yes.
We could tell V to go into the ethereal plane after we appear so that they're not clomping around, but that means it would take 2 actions to get us back into the ethereal plane if we are suddenly caught. So it is riskier to do that, but we are less likely to get caught in the first place if they're not following us.
I think that's probably worth it.
Alright. Okay, sounds good.
So, is it how are we dividing the groups? Is it the Hellies and the Wizards?
Yes.
Okay. So the Hellies are going to find the bedrooms, the sleeping quarters. And the Wizards are
Going
Fucking
to the
around to
throne
finding
room.
out.
Throne room and then book.
throne room, then book. Okay.
And Philly's also going with the Wizards.
All right. So, I assume V is taking the Hellies in, and the Wizards are sneaking in themselves. Am I correct on that?
Sounds correct to me.
Rain,
Sorry, what?
you are sneaking in without assistance from the horse, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sorry.
Are you okay?
I am really out of it, and hearing things is difficult for me right now. I can only read things very well. I'm sorry. I need subtitles for you guys.
Subtitles.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying, but I will probably need people to repeat things. I'm so sorry.
What if I just voice to text everything I say into the voice for the voiceless?
That's wild.
I mean, it would work. But that's also an extra step. I don't want you to have to do that.
I mean, I could just start doing this every time I start talking.
Huh. Okay. I feel like that's a lot of work for everyone. I don't.
I'm not
feel
saying
like
everyone has
that-
to.
If that's a consistent thing we're doing, we might want a separate channel for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was
Ayla's
mostly
dumb fuckery.
I was mostly kidding.
Ayla's dumb fuckery. I like that. That's fun.
All right. Which group wants to go first?
Maybe we roll for it.
Yeah. 50-50. Let's go. Talzin, heads or tails?
Huh? What? We were gonna roll for it, but now we're flipping a coin. Okay.
No, I was gonna do. Fuck, you called me out on my shit. I was gonna do like heads or tails, whatever you picked. I'm like, okay, now evens or odds.
I got you.
I will.
Yeah.
I will roll.
we could just roll 2d20 and whoever rolled higher goes first.
Sure, that works
Ooh,
too.
okay. Who's the roller?
I can roll.
All right.
I'll roll the other one.
All right.
What did you roll?
I haven't rolled yet. Oh, what did I
Tori, please roll also because
I-
I want to compete against you
What?
now.
get? What?
No, that'll just make it.
I got a 7.
I got an 8.
Oh my god.
Okay, Helly's first. Let's.
Beautiful.
I will roll for you. Yeah, you win. I got a 3.
All right. Hellebore. Helicia the Ninth. V. Or Helicia of the Ninth. V. The three of you into the ethereal. As you quickly make your way towards and into APS headquarters. I assume you are trying to find somewhere out of the way to pop back into the material, correct?
Yeah. We can see when someone is there, so we're just picking when a place where no one is there.
Roll perception, both of you.
Ooh. I rolled good. But I have
13 for me.
not 18.
Okay. You both keep your eyes peeled and find an opening. As V brings you back to the material, what do you do?
I will then tell V, go disappear and just follow us, okay?
V's gone.
All right. And now I will drink my potion.
Hellebore will go ahead and before she drinks the potion, she is going to cast Locate Creature and specify Kiana.
Okay. You immediately get a ping, not too far from here. You have a location on Kiana.
Before Hellebore drinks her potion, I will grab her hand so that we don't lose each other when we're both invisible.
Fair.
That's
She'll
definitely the
gladly.
only reason.
We hate each other.
And now we're invisible, so we can't see each other blush.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Hellebore will go ahead and drink hers as well.
Okay. You also vanish. The two of you, completely invisible, with a lock on Kiana's location. You begin to move. Hellebore, roll investigation.
Okay.
Because you know you're trying to get... You know where you're trying to get to, but you don't know which paths lead you in that direction.
I do think it's reasonable that we did try to find a place where there weren't people, but Hallie did also try to find a place near where the living quarters were.
Yeah.
Just so Helly is on the same page, just before we move, she will, like, very quietly kind of whisper, like, that she has the location on him before we start moving. The investigation is a 12.
12. You begin to lead her through twisting hallways. They lead you crisscrossing. It's such a labyrinth in here, but although you end up kind of looping back in on yourself a couple of times, it doesn't take you too long to find the door to the room that Kiana is in. Within the wing marked living quarters, the door numbered 307. As you look at the closed door, that locate creature ping just behind it, you do hear a pair of voices inside. Are you trying to listen?
Yeah, Helper will definitely inch a little bit closer and kind of put an ear against the door.
Hallie would do the same.
Both of you roll perception.
Neither knowing that the other is not keeping watch. Oh, 3.
3.
Ooh. 22.
22.
I am distracted because I still feel that I am near Hellebore.
Mm-hmm. All right, Helly, you hear two voices, and you are pretty sure one of them is Kiana. Hellebore, you distinctly only recognize one of the voices. Kiana's voice. I assure you the preparations are all in place. You are a guest in our facilities, and no one is going to hurt you here under my protections. Yes, well, in my defense, it is not easy to trust your people. They don't particularly take kindly to those like me. I'm well aware. But sometimes what they need is a new perspective. Yes, I agree that they need a new outlook. Are you sure you've found the location and not another dead end? It has been too long since we found the next one. You're lucky that time hasn't caught up to you. I'm sure the Shadow Chief has been looking for the Queen of Death, and the reports have been useful. If this is another dud, I may believe that you are leading me on a wild goose chase, Kiana. Ivor, I would not do that to you. You know I wouldn't. I have trouble believing you at this point. Love. He spits the term more like an insult than a term of endearment. I promise you my information is correct. You can double check it yourself. I have places to be. And you begin to hear footsteps approaching the door.
Okay, Hellebore immediately will kind of, grab Helly and, like, move her to the side, like, away, good distance from the door.
Okay. After a moment, the door swings open and you see Kiana step out.
I was muted. Oops. I was gonna throw a wrench in the plan.
Oh,
Here,
go on.
I got a 3 on my perception, which means I do not hear the coming footsteps.
True.
So there is a moment where when she is pulled, where she yelps a little bit.
Okay. Let me roll perception for Kiana then. There we go. You hear the door begin to, like the doorknob begins to turn and then stops for a second. And then turns the rest of the way and opens, and Kiana steps out into the hallway.
Helly has thrown her free hand over her own mouth.
As Kiana steps out, he begins to close the door behind him. And as the door closes, he walks away down the hall, leaving whatever guest he was speaking to alone in the room, or you presume to be alone.
Did he
Hellebor's-
look in our direction at all during that?
No, though there is an expression of frustration on his face as he walks away.
This is about the time Hellebore really wishes that we had that telepathic bond so she could, like, actually talk to Helly right now. But she doesn't want to risk whispering, just in case they're heard. She does give Helly's hand a tug, though, and will, as quietly as she possibly can, follow Kiana from a distance.
Okay. Helly will follow, keeping her hand over her own mouth.
Okay. Both of you roll stealth checks.
Ooh, natural 20.
Ooh.
For a total of 22.
That's a 25 for me.
Silent. You follow Kiana, quiet as a mouse. Quieter, even. As the Kitsune walks down the hall, walking through the labyrinth walking through the labyrinth with purpose, knowing the halls like the back of his own hand. As he walks out of the building, do you continue following?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. He walks out of the building and into the streets of APS Island, the moon shining down on him. As he walks towards the various civilian homes, and after about 20 minutes, he pulls out a key, not the same key fragment that you are looking for, though you can still see it hanging from his waist. Pulls out a key and unlocks the door to what looks to be just a normal house and steps inside, closing the door behind him.
Idiot.
Can I look around, like, not like investigating, but from where we are standing, can I look around for any, like, label or sign that would indicate this is actually his house?
Nothing that would indicate this belongs to Kiana directly. Though enough to identify it again if you came looking in the morning.
What time of day is it? Like,
It's
I mean, like,
nighttime.
how early in the night is it?
Probably 11 by this point, I'd imagine.
So I'll whisper to Elabor, Ellie, the thing I want to do does require him to be asleep. So we might have to wait here a bit for him to do that.
That's true. We should definitely make sure that he's not watching before we try to get inside. I really hope he didn't lock it back.
But was there the sound of him locking it back? Could you hear that?
You heard the door close, but you didn't hear it lock.
Well, and we have V. We can get inside even if he locked it.
True. Ellie, did you hear that conversation?
No.
There was someone else in there. They were talking about They were talking about trying to find Merlina. I think that he's in on it. Like maybe not like on their side, but at least somehow involved. I mean, it might be, of course, more than one chief, but like.
Do we want to go back to the room that he was talking to someone and find out more about them? Or which one's more important?
Kiana's definitely more important right now. They have the key, and I mean, I guess we could go back to the other one while we still have the thing.
How far of a walk was it to get here?
Like a 20-minute walk.
So we wouldn't have that long with it while we went by the time we got back.
Yeah, no, you'd have maybe 10 minutes by the time you get back.
Well, we know what room he's in, and I mean, we got time, so why don't we just start with Kiana tonight, and then we can confirm that what I want to do with Kiana works, and after we can go talk to this other person.
I don't think we should talk to them.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, she like holds up quotation marks that Hellebor cannot see. Says, talk to them.
Like spy on them? Like watch them?
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Or, I mean, what I need to do here, I could do alone. If you want to go back.
You can't see the fear, but like, well, you can hear, like, not hear, you can feel like her hand kind of tighten, and she jolts a little as you say that.
That's very, very risky. Very, very risky. We probably shouldn't do that. I mean, if they have a way to like see someone who's invisible or like sniff them out or something, then I'm totally dead.
Yeah. So we stick together. We have a stick-out date.
Yeah. So we're going to wait out here?
I guess. It does sound boring, though. Maybe we just... I mean, we can go walk around, see if we can pick up any hot gossip, and then we can come back here in an hour or so. How long does it take for people to go to sleep?
It varies per person. I mean, I fall asleep like really easily, but not everyone does. We could. How reasonable do you think it would be if we maybe obviously went somewhere that wasn't the middle of the street, but if we actually like got on Fee and like had her ride back there? I mean, you know, a horse is probably a lot faster than us walking. We could maybe still make it.
Okay.
I mean, they may be gone soon. If there is information or something we can glean, that would probably be helpful.
I'll pull Hellebore somewhere where we can summon V.
V appears.
We hop on, and I will disappear us and lead us back to where we heard that other voice.
Okay. You make your way back to APS HQ and heading inside. Through the ethereal, you make your way to the location of Kiana's guest's room. The man who Kiana called Ivor.
You see anyone in the room?
You do see him in there. A young man of white hair and violet eyes currently sat on the bed in the room, staring down at an open book in his hands.
Thanks for the description, but I don't think we could tell that much while we're in the ethereal, right?
True, color is... But he is currently sat on the bed looking at a book in his hands.
See, he's still there. I wonder what he's reading.
Could we get behind them from in here without them like knowing? Would they feel it like a ghostly presence, or would they not?
We can't read the book while we're here. We won't really be able to see anything. And V can't really make us appear quietly because she has to appear with us. We could, we could appear, like, knock him out and look at the book and then give him the amnesia potion.
We could, yeah. I mean, if we can knock them out, we don't know how strong they are. Also, the amnesia potion, we only have 2 of them. That'd probably be better for one of the chiefs.
Yeah. Then there's not really much we can do here.
It'd break the invisibility, but if we're just heading back, I could turn into maybe a fly or something, go under the door and then try to take a look at them at least.
Yeah.
That's risky. And then I could just land on you and then we could ride out or something.
Sure. Come on. I'll lead us to a part of the hallway where we can appear safely.
Okay. You reappear within the hallway, not too far from the door, but far enough that you won't be noticed by the room's resident.
B disappears again, and then we, on foot, walk to the rear.
Okay. You approach the room.
Hellebore is you could feel a little bit of the nervous shakes going on. She'll take like a very soft breath in, and then kind of give Helly's hand a squeeze and whisper over.
Okay, I will be hopefully right back, Sunflower. It shouldn't take long at all.
And she will flyify and then slip under the door.
You fly into the room.
Hallie melts.
Yeah, as I described, the young man inside, currently sat on the bed looking at a book, has short, incredibly short white hair that kind of falls around, like just below his ears. Violet eyes scan a book held in hand as he sits with his legs crossed. He wears a somewhat fancy cloak, though it looks like it was designed for adventuring. As he looks at the book in his hand, I assume you take a look at the book as well?
Yes, she will try to get not like right buzzing beside his head, like a good distance kind of back, and just, hover around there to try to take a look.
Cool. You take a look at the book. Getting a closer look, trying to take in what he's reading. Remind me again what languages you speak.
Common, Druidic, Elvish, Sylvan, and Old Celestial.
You don't understand the book. It is not written in a language you are able to read.
Wonderful.
But you can't take your eyes off the page anyway. Almost like the book is drawing you in. Roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no. Alright, at least I am good at these. That's a 24.
You pull your eyes away. Something about that book is wrong.
Were there any... Is it just text, or were there any diagrams at all? Or anything else you can think of it?
There were a lot of diagrams. There were sigils scrawled into the book, almost as if by the hand of a madman.
Okay.
And you
Go ahead.
probably recognized some of the sigils from Talzin's magic.
Suspicious. Okay. She will make note of that. Just doing she doesn't want to linger too long, but just doing a quick scan over of the room. Is there anything else that particularly catches her eye as something that might be important?
Roll perception.
Okay. 22.
22. With a 22, you look around the room. Sorry, give me half a second. With a 22, you look around the room, trying to see if there's anything else that is important. Curtains drawn over the window. No sign of any food or drink. The bed doesn't even seem that used. And that book. It keeps calling to you. Your eyes keep drifting to it, but you keep pulling them away. Almost as if the book is demanding for you to understand it.
Just looking at, like, the dude's face, does this just look like normal person reading a book, or does he seem almost like he's under some sort of spell, like super hyper fixated on it?
He doesn't show any signs of mania, but his eyes drift across the page with intent and shows no sign of any intention to look away.
Okay. Helivore is shaken in her wings right now. I feel like it is a pretty good assumption for her to make that this is, given the connection that she knows of, probably a vampire of sorts. So that's spooky. She doesn't want to be in here any longer than she has to. She will go ahead and fly back out.
Okay. You.
I have to ask how long she was in there for.
I don't imagine that would take that long for her to, like... I mean, maybe, like, 2 minutes max?
Okay. Helly,
That
she was in
depends
there
on how
for
long you
12
were.
minutes.
Yeah, Helly, like, sits down on the ground, probably, like, taps a bit, stands up, paces, worries, stops worrying. She's noisy if anyone is walking by.
I mean, because you got here with riding V, your invisibility is probably still up unless you actively end it yourself. But Helibor, you do notice Helibor come out after about 12 minutes.
Oh my god, Helly, that took forever! Are you okay? I'll raise wherever she landed on me up to my face so I can look into her little fly eyes.
And yeah, from your perception, Helibor, you were in and out 2 minutes max.
She will just kind of, like, flutter the wings in a little bit, like, to make kind of, like, a gesture to whatever, like, hidden little corridor they were in before, trying to get Helly to bring her over.
Right. I'll cover her with my other hand, and so now it's a fly.
Fly floated!
Floating through his mouth plane, heading to this corridor.
You guys are so
A
sorry.
T-posing fly.
Yes! Glitched out.
You guys make your way to a small corner of the room. Not room, hall.
Okay. Helibor will fly off of Helly's hand and then turn back. Immediately hugging her. Like she like holds on and like shakes a little bit. It's clear that this spooked the hell out of her. Oh my gosh, Helly, that was terrifying. Okay.
Was he like eating someone or something?
No. He was reading menacingly.
Oh God!
Shh, not too loud. He was like reading a book, and then like I tried to like kind of like hover around and like see what the book was, but like I couldn't read it. It was like really weird, but it has to be enchanted. It was one of those things where I was like looking at it, and it was like, you know, like the classic like calling to you or something. Like it definitely feels like it's a magic book. It has to be. But then I looked like around, and like I don't know for sure. I don't have any way to like totally confirm, but pretty sure they're probably the vampire. And then it was spooky. It was really spooky.
Vampires usually read weird books.
I mean, I guess they can. Dad seemed pretty normal though.
Did he have like vials? Why do you think he was a vampire?
Well, I don't know. It just, well, I mean, he obviously has information on Morlina, who is a vampire, and then like, you know, like he kind of sounded like a vampire and kind of looked like a vampire, and like I didn't see like any food in there, and like who doesn't read a book and eat, you know?
Right, probably a vampire then. Oh, sinister.
Diabolical even.
Does sound like he's already got a pretty bad fate if he's forced to read a weird book.
I mean, the vampireness might make him like immune to whatever was going on, though. I mean, he was intent, but I don't know if he was like actually under a spell or anything.
What if? We could see if he's under a spell. Stay here.
You...
And then I'm gonna run back out. I'm still invisible, and I'm gonna knock on his door and then run away from it.
You knock on his door and then run away. It is not immediate, but the door does open after about 30 seconds, and you see stepping out Ivor, book held in hand, now closed, kind of glances. Hello?
Now, since it's closed, can I see the cover?
Yes, you can. Go ahead and roll me a Arcana or History check, Helly.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's a 7.
Okay. The book does have a title written in Infernal on it. That reads The Life Forger.
I assume with my 7, that means nothing to me, though.
With your 7, that means nothing to you.
Okay. Could I argue advantage if it's something that would be written in Infernal?
It's... sure, I'll give you advantage.
Alright, that's better. That's 17.
The Life Forger. You rack your brain. The name sounds familiar. You try and cycle through stories in your mind. And then it clicks. The Life Forger was one of the greatest sins ever committed by mortal kind. Not a sin in the sense of one of the 9 great sins, but the greatest perversion of the arcane that mortal kind have ever done. At least one of them. A part of a series of books created by one who deserves to be in the hells. This book is beyond just powerful. It is one of a kind. And anyone who is able to read it and understand it has to be evil. Because this book details the precise process of creating, via magic, life. True sentient life.
Okay. With all of that information, Helly is probably like a little paralyzed looking at the book as he asks if anyone is there.
What in the... children. Closes the door and goes back into the room.
It's a few more seconds before Helly wanders back over to Hellebore. We can't let them keep that. We have to get that from him.
What was it? What was it? Could you read it?
No one should be reading it. It's very bad. It's okay. Do you know I told you about the nine sins of hell? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a great sin. Like this is a sin that's not even listed in the 9.
But what is it about?
It's basically about trying to it's about trying to control life, which is a big no-no. Like, it's we know how undeath is a big one, but this is a step beyond undeath. This is way beyond anything that mortals are supposed to do.
Okay. So you're saying that we need to...
We I don't know how we do it, but we have to get that book from him.
Heliport looks at... Well, she still can't see Helly, but at least she looks at, like, where she thinks, like, her general face is, and, like, you see absolute seriousness.
We cannot tell Rain about this.
Do you think he'll read it?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't even know anyone who's done anything bad at like reading the book. Like, they probably send them to somewhere even further beyond the 9th. They might have like a 10th or an 11th for something like that.
Rain is really, really silly, and like the more dangerous and bad something is, the more he wants to do it. Is there a way to like destroy something like that, or?
As far as you are aware, Helly, the books in this collection have never permanently been destroyed. They can be cast into volcanoes and rained upon by hellfire and will be destroyed, but have always reappeared sooner rather than later.
No, there's no way to destroy it forever. I mean, we could destroy it now and then get it out of their hands, but it'll just appear somewhere else. We need to take it, and we don't need to read it, and we need to give it to someone we trust a lot. We can give it to Dee Dee.
Okay.
Or the mom, or to anyone who's not us here.
Okay. I mean, yeah, maybe Philly could deliver it to Hell or something. I mean, I'm sure they can safeguard it. They wouldn't want anyone to do that.
Obviously, I'm not. Well, I mean, no. I don't think the people of Hell would really care about it. I mean, they would want people to read it. The more evil people there are, the better. I don't want any of you to read it. But we can't let it be there in our enemy's hands either.
Okay. Then give it to Dee Dee. You're right. I know she wouldn't misuse it. That's probably the best option.
Just to be clear, that is a correct read on things, right, Tyler?
Yeah, that's a pretty accurate way to think of it. The demons of the hells have been known to redistribute the books from this collection, including the most infamous of them being the Necronomicon, which has been redistributed multiple times by the hells.
Yeah, you gotta remember, Helly, like, our job is to punish people in hell, and a lot of devils like our job, and so they do their best to get more people to punish, and so they'll make more people do it.
I guess that is true.
So we can't give them the book, at least not while we're. I mean, maybe after, but we can't let the enemies have it either because it's really powerful.
Well, maybe it would be best if you safeguard it then. I mean, Dee Dee, it answers to your mother, right? So, like, what if, like, she has to hand it over or something because she finds out about it and then they get it and then they, like, circulate it?
I mean, Mother could probably use it. We're at war now. And, like, Mother can't go to a bigger hell. So this will probably help them if we can get it to them. I just wouldn't, like, hand it to Philly or something. Who knows what he'd do with it.
Wilbur just kind of blinks in confusion.
But if it's that bad, they probably shouldn't use it. I mean, even if they're not going to be punished for it, it's still a bad thing.
I don't know if Mother would use it or not, but I know that she'd make the right decision, whatever that is.
Okay, so we give it to Dee Dee and then tell them to safeguard it, and then if it ends up in her hands, that's okay?
Yeah.
But
we have to get it.
Okay, how?
If he doesn't sleep, then that's gonna be hard. We might have to come back with our master thief.
No.
Oh, right, we can't let him
know about this at all.
Should we do that? DM.
Yes.
Would I get the sense, like, I'm trying to understand the gravity of this. From what Helly's knows about this book, am I correct in thinking that she would want this dealt with before Kiana, like before anything else, to get this out of their hands? The way you've described it seems like it's a big deal to Helly.
This book is certainly incredibly dangerous. However, I do think Helly would understand the danger of fighting someone who seems to have the willpower to withstand the book.
It's that willpower that would be risky with what my plan was, anyway.
There's also the fact, I don't know if you looked at the pages themselves, but I don't. It's not safe for us to even look at it. I could tell that there was something the book was like attempting to do. I mean, you might be immune to it because, you're like exceptional, but I don't think it's good for a normal person to look at it.
It's not. And I have to be really careful if I summon anyone to help us. Because we don't want word getting out amongst my friends either. Glad Philly's with the other team. It did take a little bit for him to answer the door, right?
It did, yeah.
So it's safe to say he is under the effects of the book a little bit. So his willpower is not perfect. Might be worth summoning something else to see if we can distract him. That probably won't trace back to us. Alright, okay. We have 2 invisibility potions, so we might as well. And I'm gonna hold up my hand to summon another creature.
Okay, what do you summon?
I summon Karina, the succubus.
Dan's mother?
Dan's mother, yes.
You reach out, channel your magic as you see your invisibility drops as the familiar appearance of the succubus steps into the material. She smiles and looks to Helly. You called?
Hey, Carrie. We need your help. There's someone we need distracting, and I think you might be the person to do it.
Distracting is like half of my job.
Mm-hmm. I figured you were the right choice. So, and she'll point down to his door and say, "There's someone in that door, that room, who we need to not be in that room. Lead them wherever you want, do whatever you want, just do it away from me. And just make sure if you can get him to leave his stuff, make it super, time sensitive, whatever you're requesting of him, so you may leave his things. But you know what to do. I'm not gonna tell you how to do your job."
She smiles. And I need to pull up the succubus stat block real quick.
Noteworthy that she can shape change so she doesn't look clearly like a devil.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I didn't even need to look up the stat block for that. I just need to double check the rest of the things on there. But yeah, so her form does shift to that of an elven woman with beautiful long kind of pinkish hair, pale skin, scantily clad as all succubi are, and just kind of leans over at that door there.
That's the one.
She approaches and knocks. After, again, about 30 seconds, the door opens as you see Ivor again. He looks and he says, "Hello, what can I help you with?" As she smiles and says, "Oh, I am so glad someone finally answered. I need help. Please, come with me." And you see the magic trailing off her lips. Her charm effects.
Notably, her DC is my DC, which is 2 higher than what it is. On the
17.
Yes.
Okay. And you see the magic fails to take hold. However, she did just roll a 29 persuasion.
Ooh.
As you see Ivor kind of set the book down just inside the door and says, "Well, leads away then." As he closes the door behind him and quickly locks it before following her as she leads him down the hall and out of your sight.
V, come on, up here.
V appears, and then I assume takes the two of you into the ethereal.
Mm-hmm.
As you come back physically within the room, you're certain you saw him put the book down. You are completely certain you saw him put the book down, and yet, looking to the small table next to the door, there is no book.
What? What? How? I looked at Helivor. You saw him. Our plan was flawless. This is not fair.
But we could look through the rest of the. Maybe it's somewhere else.
Helper will like quickly try to look around to see if she can find it anywhere else in here.
Roll investigation.
Can I help?
18.
Either you can roll separately, or Helivor can roll at advantage.
I'm gonna give her advantage.
Okay. Want to roll again in case it's higher than an 18?
I'll attempt. Yeah, no, it's the 18.
Okay. 18, fair enough. You look around the room, you pull open drawers and cupboards and a vanity. But tearing apart the room, you see no sign of the book. You do, however, find a notebook with a handful of locations scrawled upon it. And a letter next to them. Most of the locations have either an N or... Most locations have an N. But a couple of them have a Y. And one of the locations doesn't have any mark. And Helivor, you recognize a couple of the locations that have a Y marked next to them. The Temple of War in Wusaw City. The Temple of Shar in the Callous Kingdom Underdark. Locations of the vampiric rituals. And the one that has no letter marked next to it is the Ignis City Oasis.
Okay. Is the lead that we got from Pondo about the Northern Foxwoods, is there anything marked there?
Northern Foxwoods is listed with a Y.
Okay.
More specifically, what is listed there is the ruins of Monmore's barracks. Why?
That's foreboding. She's gonna cringe a little bit and, okay, like, 100%. As soon as she saw this and pieced together, what this is, she is transcribing this as quickly as she possibly can into her own book, like copying everything over. She will quickly also, just so Helly's on the same page, she will kind of motion her over. It's the locations. It's the ritual locations.
A few of the locations marked with an N are the Richlam Forest, the Gamsai Isle, Isia Asara, the Glass Beach, Dunam, Hasta in the south end of the Wissenian Empire, and Crystalville in the north end of the Wissenian Empire are all marked with N's.
Okay.
Are there any Y locations for somewhere that we don't know about, like when taking place or will take place?
You don't. I believe you have either been made aware of or been present of each ritual that has occurred at this point. Except for the Northern Foxwoods, which you are aware that it is happening there.
And of course, there wouldn't happen to be a date anywhere.
There are no dates listed on them, just a Y, an N, or in the case of the Ignis Oasis, nothing.
Okay.
Well, Helly comes over and looks over this. Says, "That's great, but it's not. I mean, yeah, that's important, but it's not what we're looking for."
It's... I don't think that it's worth the... You're... I don't think that it's worth the risk, but, I mean, potentially, if they're keeping track of this, then maybe it means, like, they're against them. What if they're trying to stop them or something? I mean, I guess someone that's part of it could also keep track of that, but why would they do, like, a yes-no thing? Or at least I assume that's what it is.
It has a yes on the ones that was successful, right?
On all the rituals that the party is aware of, it is marked with a Y, which Hellebore is presuming to mean yes.
Well, I feel like they put an X on places that did something they didn't want it to do, right? Which means if it succeeded and they put a Y, that probably means they're the bad guys.
I mean, I guess, but, like, why would they put potential failed... I don't think they would mark ones that failed. They would probably, like, if they were trying to figure out where they were, they would be like, oh, well, maybe we think it's here, but then they go there and it's not there, but it's actually somewhere else. Like, I don't know.
Do you think we should talk to him?
That is incredibly risky.
No one who's reading that book is a good person. They would not help us.
I guess you're yeah, you know best, Helly. You're probably right. No, you're definitely right. Yeah, I guess we.
Right. Ellie attempts sloppily to put the room back into the order we found it in.
Okay. Fair enough. Roll a history check to see how well you do with that.
8.
8.
Can Helipore help with that?
Sure. Roll history at advantage.
12.
12.
4 better.
It's probably fine.
All right. Okay. And we hop back on V.
Okay. We're gonna cut to break, and then when we come back, we will take a focus on the wizards.
Okay.
So we'll be back at the top of the hour in 15 minutes.
About to whiz my Zard all over this shit.
Wizards. Sorry we took forever.
You're good.
Is Ayla alive?
Well, she said BRB, so I'm just sending a message in Voice of the Voices to make sure that she knows that we're going to break.
All right. I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be back.
Blah.
Yippee!
Waha!
Whoa!
Do we have an Ayla, or is she still asleep?
I can't wait for the solo Telson mission.
Yeah, I was.
Silly with you.
I mean, yeah,
Phil.
you do have Philly.
That's true. That's true. I take back my solo.
Oh my fucking god. I muted myself twice!
You are awake.
Whoa!
Jesus.
I was literally saying to my mom, it might have been it. I'm starting to get the feeling we should have done the wizards first, because I think Ayla fell asleep again.
No, I wahooed in response to Tate, and then everyone ignored me.
Because you were muted.
And I'm just like, oh, okay, that's a thing. And then you were like, hey, do we have an Ayla? And I'm like, wait a minute, I better check this.
Hold up.
Alrighty, well, welcome back. We are.
My brain is not functioning.
Your
We know.
brain is not functioning.
No. Please
Does it ever?
don't expect good rain content.
Any rain content is good rain content.
All
I
right.
feel like when your brain's not functioning is when we get the most rain content.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
I think the best rain content comes from bad Ayla content.
With that said, speaking of rain content, while Heli and Hellebore slip in with the assistance of V, Rain and Talzin, what do you do?
You cut out for me, so it's like, as I slip in with the Rain and Talzin. It's like, yes, they slipped. Okay, I guess we down potions and get a schmoove on. I don't know.
For shame. For shame. You'd want to waste potions on this? We have invisibility, no?
I mean, I'd rather waste a potion than a spell slot.
How many spell slots do you have? You're a wizard. You should have plenty.
I know, but like, I might need it.
Alright, fine. Rain would just be disappointed, but you do you.
I mean,
Rain's gonna cast the spell, alright?
Rain watches Talzin drink the potion. Rain, profound sadness.
Rain, you could just upcast the spell by a level to target both you and Talzin.
That's true.
Ooh, hold up.
Literally Rain right now.
I didn't realize that was a thing. I'm dumb. I didn't realize that's what upcasting invisibility did.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Rain would just like calmly put a hand on the potion and tip it back down. No. What do you think you're doing?
Saving my energy?
Okay. I'll handle the invisibility. You don't need to worry about that. We should also wait till we get a little bit closer to like the center of the city, like right up against the building, I feel, before we start casting it. That way we've got plenty of time to get to where we need to go.
Okay. Fair enough.
We can find like an alleyway or something to complete the transformation.
Alright, lead the way then.
We have Philly, right?
As far as we're
Mhm.
aware.
Sorry, I have food.
Does Philly need to breathe?
I'm sorry.
Doesn't say he does, but most of the time it doesn't say if something needs to breathe.
It would
So I'd
specify.
say-
It would
It would normally
specify if it
specify
doesn't.
If it doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, so yes, he does need to breathe.
Okay. Unfortunate. Whatever. I guess we can't do that plan, and we will have to upcast it more than wanted
Philly
to
can
make sure
cast
Philly.
invisibility on himself at will.
Yeah,
Okay.
Philly's like perma invisible if he wants to be. So
Mhm.
Okay. Then we will use a third level slot to use invisibility twice. One for Talzin, one for Rain. Only when we get closer to the city, though, they are going to try to do this like when they are well, closer to the building, I should say. Sorry, not the city. We are in the city. Yeah.
Okay.
Once we are invisible, we're going to try to sneak past someone as they're going in and track our way back down to wherever the throne room is.
Both of you roll stealth checks.
Yippee!
And I assume you two are also holding hands? So as to not lose one
Ew,
another?
how gross. Yeah, absolutely. 21.
Okay. And I'm seeing 19 from Rain. You doing okay, Halo?
Ayla died.
Sorry, I was eating. But yes, 19. And ew, holding hands. Ugh.
Alright. You two... Rain using your history check from before. And the two of you slip in and are fairly easily able to sneak through the APS, the main APS building, moving through the labyrinth until you find the closed door that leads into the central chamber.
Sticking his ear up against the door, can you hear anything on the other side? Because it'd be kind of awkward if we open the door and there's people
Just casually opens
Roll
the door.
perception.
in the middle of the meeting. Oh. That's a 9.
9. Okay. You don't hear anything.
All right. Rain is going to open the door then.
Okay.
Everyone pulls out a Glock now.
Yeah. All 9 commands immediately turn their blades on you. No.
Sounds about right. They all have true sight, you're fucked.
Entering the
Sounds
room.
about right.
It is empty. Well, you know, as empty as it was the first time you came here.
All right. Rain is going to wait, I gotta ask. I'm so sorry for having us repeat the plan again, but why are we here?
Getting to the throne room and to read some book.
You wanted to
Okay.
talk to Alphonse.
Alphonse, like from hit anime series.
Oh my god.
Okay.
The Full Metal Alchemist? Oh my god.
No, that's his brother.
I didn't know the Full Metal Alchemist kid traveled around with some kid. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
You,
Okay.
Rain, wanted to talk to Alphonse again. Philly is here to be the conduit for that.
All right. Approaching to said throne, Rain is going to just like gesture for mind you, invisible, so it's not seen.
Invisibility gestures.
After a moment of realizing, oh wait, no one can see me, he'll just say, "Oh, Philly, whenever you're ready to sit, we will continue." Are you sure you're okay with this, by the way?
I thought we had to navigate through like a whole labyrinth first. Or am I thinking of something different?
So
Rain remembers the way.
Yeah, I had Rain roll a
Right,
history check hours ago.
Yep, I forgot.
Hours ago.
I forgot. You're right.
You're good. All right.
Of course,
Philly.
Master Rainer.
And you are sure you're okay with potentially getting possessed, right?
If it is what Mistress Helicia desires.
Okay.
You see
Then
Philly
I guess
appear as he approaches the throne.
Rain will approach with Philly.
Philly kind of flaps his wings to get some height and sits upon the throne, immediately growing rigid.
Rain will put a hand on Philly, telling Talzin to do the same.
I'm going to look at a book. I don't know what this is.
The book's not in this room.
Oh, fuck.
The book's elsewhere.
Book's in a different room, yeah.
Never mind. I'll do this then.
Okay.
Did we close the door? I feel like we should have closed the door.
Okay.
I assume we would have.
Okay. Door's just wide open.
As you both lay your hands on Philly's shoulders, you see... you don't see, sorry, but you hear a voice. Familiar to you, Rain. Hello again.
Hello. We came back.
I see you're taking the cautious methods of Kiana.
Learned a couple things, and apparently, it would be bad if you were to try to take over my body and run around masquerading as me. So we have Philly here.
So instead you place a monster on my throne.
I should have thought about that. I'm sorry. I just, figured you might want a bit more. We're just trying to be cautious, I'm sorry. But no. We're also wondering, well, I was wondering actually. Why are they so adamant to keep you here, trapped?
It was the dying wishes of mine.
Your dying wish was to make sure that you can't escape?
It was to watch over the island built in my name. You don't truly believe that this building is a labyrinth for no reason, do you?
No, everything has some reason.
Are you not a practitioner of the arcane? Do you not recognize the strange ways the lines connect?
To be honest, we haven't exactly gone through the maze properly, really, so I haven't had a chance to analyze it like that.
Children these days.
I just went through the walls, I'm sorry. What, is the purpose for your base, then?
The labyrinthian walls form an arcane circle, binding the souls of the dead here, particularly my own.
Interesting.
Why do you think the ethereal is so full of them? You saw it yourself, didn't you?
I did. I was wondering what was special and holding them here.
This room is the center of the sigil. It pulls them here. But you've
Why do
lost
they-
my respect,
Oh.
bringing not one but two monsters to my throne.
Taliesin, like, stiffens a bit.
Two.
Don't tell me you think that walking lizard is a person.
Rain
should
looks
be prepared.
appalled.
Taliesin just, like, bites his tongue a little bit.
Rain's doing the surprised Pikachu face at Taliesin.
Just because it can use a mockery of mortal speech doesn't make it a person.
You know, I did come in here with, good intentions of, seeing what you wanted, seeing if we could help you out of the chair. But you're a right asshole.
You're the one who brought everything I stood against into my chambers.
There's still people.
I don't know, Rain, we might have to kill this guy. Oh, damn. He's already dead.
Taliesin. No, Rain would actually not say his name. I'm sorry. No, Rain would not say Taliesin's name.
You are not worthy of hearing his name. It is sacred.
Exactly.
That of which likes of you are not worthy of hearing.
When they brought those fairies into these chambers, I thought that was an insult. But that you've brought a devil and a talking lizard. You've lost all respect I had for you when you sat upon this throne.
Did I even ever really have your respect, though? I mean, if doing something as simple and basic as that it loses your respect, I'm not sure I really wanted it in the first place. I was just intending on trying to help you, but I don't think you have good intentions for me to try to help you.
I am trying to protect people from the monsters that want to kill and eat them.
And my friend over here has saved my life many times.
Friend? You call that thing a friend?
I do.
I suppose I did refer to my pet cat as a friend.
He isn't.
No,
He is not a pet.
he bears the marks of one.
Oh, God.
Oh my god!
Damn.
Oof.
Maybe we should not have brought Taliesin.
He's not wrong, bro. Damn, that's rough.
Megan's gonna try to just reach for Taliesin wherever Taliesin is, so just give him a reassuring.
Taliesin's just quietly standing there looking at the floor. It's I'm gonna continue listening to this. I'm sure we'll
Taliesin.
get to somewhere important at some point.
Rain is going to just say, Taliesin, if you want to stop listening in, that is fine. I understand.
It has a name.
Stop referring to him as it. You wouldn't refer to your cat as it, would you?
Rain, it's fine. Just get whatever information you need and let's get going.
So you admit that it's a pet?
No! He's my friend and not a pet.
You compared it to my cat.
I was not making comparison. I was just trying to make sure that, like, you.
What
Okay.
did you come here for?
You know what? No. Actually, I think I've decided. You don't get to know what I came here for anymore. You don't get to know what the grand plan was anymore. You can suffer without that knowledge, and we're gonna leave you.
So
Since
you're
it's such an insult being here, we'll just leave.
So you're not here to tear information from me like the fairy.
What fairy?
It calls itself Kiana. Claims to be one of the chiefs in my name.
Kiana is a chief.
It's a trickster. Fey blood runs through him.
What information did Kiana try to get from you? Or did get from you?
The fairy's been ripping whatever information it can get from me, trying to gain power. Both fairies, actually. Kiana and Aconite, they call themselves. Trying to uplift themselves using my knowledge. Of course, I can't resist their desires. An unfortunate side effect of the binding circle. I am unable to withhold the answers that I have. So when the fairies come to me asking about their next monster, the next thing they're hunting, I have to give them all the information I have on it.
What monster are they currently hunting?
Aconite hunts a lycanthrope. Kiana hunts an undead. In particular, Kiana's rests within the Shadowfell. I don't know any more than that. I know he wanted me to give him the location of the thing's coffin, but I am not an oracle.
It's odd.
Aconite, on the other hand, was a lot more simple in his request, simply asking how the original New Moon Scourge was bound.
Are they going to try to bind this other lycanthrope?
I don't know. Aconite simply told me he was hunting a lycanthrope, and then asked how my lover bound my killer.
What information did you share to Aconite?
Everything I had to. The fragments, the enchantments placed upon those chains, and the location of the beast's prison.
Do you trust these people.
Obviously not.
Are you okay with sharing this information with them, or would you rather be set free?
I hate sharing information with fairies.
Then let's stop that. Let's make it to where you don't have to share information with them anymore.
What happened to not setting me free because I understand that your companion is a monster?
I feel like releasing him would be a bad thing on the everything current society stands in, I'll be honest, Ryan.
Going through Rain's mind, though, they're hunting Todd and Hellebore, and he's giving information. We gotta cut off the knowledge at the source.
Yeah, but then we'd also be releasing this bitch, which I think is arguably worse. I understand that I understand that they are in fact party members, and that we don't want them to continue have an infinite library on how to hunt said party members.
You also,
however,
technically, you don't know for sure that it's Todd and Hellebore that they're hunting. Just a lycanthrope and an undead with a coffin in the Shadowfell.
I will say it's a lot more from the information we have, even without the information that we just got separately. We already know from the book that they're trying to locate Morlina in the Shadowfell, so it makes a lot more sense that that's who it is and not Todd.
True.
Rain wouldn't be thinking that it's Morlina, though. Rain would be thinking it's Todd because of the already pre-connection to, lycanthrope. That's why Rain's like, oh my god, it's Todd and Hellebore, because they're related, and I as a player understand that it is probably Morlina.
Fair enough.
But Rain is convinced it's Todd and Hellebore. If we were to give you a host of sorts, maybe bind you to something else, take you away from this place and, I don't know, release you elsewhere, how would you want us to go about it?
I cannot leave the island without the destruction of the Binding Circle. And I would sooner rather die than watch this island fall.
Okay, good.
I simply need a vessel so that I can fix the organization that was built in my name and has since deviated.
We can take care of the Binding Circle easy enough. It's easy to root.
Or
go ahead.
Let's not endanger an entire civilization of people trying to hide away from existence, please.
I would
gosh.
also much prefer the Binding Circle remain intact.
Why?
Because the island is the circle. I don't want to die. I don't want to be released. I don't want an afterlife. I want this place to be rebuilt in the image it was built in originally. True protection from the monsters of this world.
Well, that sucks.
Not some political sanctuary for people hiding from the law.
I don't think we're gonna get anything any more important than we already have out of the sky rain. I'll be real with you right now.
If we were to, magic is, a fickle thing. If we were to disrupt just a small portion of the island, would that not break the binding circle enough for you to be able to leave it?
I do
You
not
wouldn't have to
want
completely
to leave.
I mean, your island's going to fall soon if certain things are not taken care of. There's a threat that, well, if it's not dealt with, will wipe out everyone.
Are you talking about the beast in the citadel below?
Oh, hardly. That's not even what I was... I could, well, not care less, but that... the Citadel creature's not what I was thinking of. I was more so thinking about the vampires in the Crest Hunt.
Then if they destroy the island, let that be the end of me.
Alright, cool, okay.
All I need is a vessel, one to take command of Azius's protective services once again.
I don't think we have a good vessel for you, unfortunately.
Let's keep it that way.
You don't want the power that comes from an island completely devoid of control from the other nations?
No.
An army willing to bend to your will?
Rain like pulling at his collar, like trying to not be like, not at all. That doesn't sound great. I'm not a power. No, why would I want that?
The only cost would be your free will.
I quite like my free will, thank you very much.
Then you are a fool.
Look, I refuse to be entrapped and contained. And if that is your one stipulation, then unfortunately I can't help you.
I will be free of here eventually.
And who knows? Maybe we'll get to chat again.
Or we could like not.
How do you plan on getting free if they are so cautious, though, with you?
Eventually there will be another like you, who places themselves upon this throne for curiosity. Another like you who desires power.
Theoretically speaking, if you do take possession of someone, how would we get you out?
I do not know how to exorcise a spirit. I would imagine
Is that what it would take?
a religious leader may have that information.
Please continue annoying him, Rain. This is entertaining to listen to.
So, good news is I do have quite a few religious leaders that I do know, so I can get that information probably. What would happen to you if you were to be exorcised while off the island?
I do not know.
Might be something to try out.
I have a reason to suspect my spirit would be returned here. but I
That's
do
probably
not
for
know.
the best.
How often do Kiana and the others come to speak to you?
Whenever they begin a new hunt.
Not in between? Not during lunch?
Sometimes, but usually no. They get all the information they need and then they leave, only returning when they need more.
When did Kiana start their hunt, and when did Aconite start theirs?
Kiana's recent hunt began yesterday. Aconite's began a while ago. Perhaps he's finished it by now, and just hasn't begun his next.
Do you know why they started these specific hunts?
These monsters have hurt a lot of people. Or so they tell me.
Could you teach me the spells that were used to bind the original lycanthrope? Your killer.
The bindings were made with a modified version of the magic circle spell.
Oh, someone's getting restless.
You are asking more questions than I'm willing to answer.
Well, at least you're not being left completely alone. Is there any documentations that you know of that could help with learning how your killer was bound?
I do not know. Likely
Alright.
within my mansion. If there is any.
How would we access your mansion?
Sorry, I took a bite right as you finished talking.
Oh no! You're good, you're good.
Nom 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 nom.
What? I know each particular mansion has their own way to cast it so that you go to that specific one, but how do you go to yours?
As we discussed last time, the spell scroll is held by most people who hold any sort of command within the organization.
But how do they copy the spell scroll itself and create more of them to go to that specific mansion?
The same way any other wizard would.
So if I do copy that spell scroll, it will be the same exact mansion.
It should,
Okay.
assuming you don't mess up the spell.
Oh no, this means Rain can't do fucky stuff with it. Oh gosh, that's gonna bother him.
Oh no, Rain can't fuck with a spell. Oh gods, egads.
He can't experiment. Oh no.
Experiments a little too far. Gets sent to oblivion.
That would be Rain. Alright. Rain is going to kind of tug a little bit on Taliesin. Since you are not liking how many questions we are asking, I guess this is where we will part ways, and well, Maybe we'll speak again in the future. Maybe not.
Do
Unless
not
you have anything
return
else you
with
wish to ask.
Do not return with that monster if you do.
I'll keep that in mind. Already planning on some other friend to bring.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Brings Fernick.
Brings Fernick. Brings Hellebore.
Brings Fernick and Hellebore.
Brings Todd.
Brings every single monstrous creature that we know.
You did,
So
you did bring Helly the first time.
we about to have a potluck with this motherfucker.
Helly was just too cute. She got the pass.
He got the pass. No, it's because he keep you as a pet. You'd be his next cat.
Damn.
To be fair, Helly is half angel.
Yeah, she's only half monster.
She'd only be half a pet.
And the other half is like angel, so it cancels each other out. So
Cancels each other out.
I mean, that is literally the premise of Helly. So
Yeah.
Helly was a cool design, but just became normal because, you know. Yeah, hold on. That's not how I meant to put that. That's rude. I'm sorry.
I can't wait for Helly to be able to switch between infernal, devil, and biblically accurate angel forms.
So, Rain and Talzin, I assume you guys are letting go of Philly?
Book time. Yes.
Before...
Rain's gonna try to pull Philly off,
With your hands?
Rain doesn't want, like, the dude to, I don't know, possess Philly or something without him knowing.
So...
You did the rope thing last time, just in case you forgot. Because if you do touch him, you do basically get possessed, or the chance of it, I think.
Yeah, but we can talk to him.
While you're communing with Alphonse, you physically cannot move.
Oh, right. Okay, then yeah, we'll do the rope thing.
Okay.
Rain has rope, right?
Yes.
I remember he had a shit ton of rope at one point in time.
Yes, Rain has rope. You wrap the
Okay.
rope around Philly, and with Talzin's help, you pull Philly off the throne.
Yippee!
As Philly is removed from the throne, he kind of straightens his outfit a little bit and kind of nods and says, "Thank you, Master Rain, for removing me from that throne. I do hope that you received the information you were seeking."
Yeah, some of it. Are you okay? Did he say anything to you?
I heard everything you heard, and you heard everything I heard.
Hmm.
He didn't
Fine.
say anything to
I'm-
me that I haven't heard before.
I'm sorry both of you had to experience that, though.
The arrogance of dead men.
It's not right, and I am sorry.
If I find you trying to find a way to release him, I'm gonna like shred your information. By the way, just letting you know that right now.
Shred my information? What do you mean by that?
I don't know. Just move. Just roll with it. Tate had a stroke. I had like 3 thoughts all just come out all at the same time, and none of it
All
came
at
out in a
once.
way. None of it came out in the way I wanted it to. So I'm just not going to attempt again. That's what you get to work with. I'm shredding your information. Lol, idiot. Shreds your
You have a
information.
paper shredder.
Towson just walking around with like a ball of lightning with some cord around it with like a modern shredder. Just like, come here. Put your notes in. You're not allowed that.
Come on, give me your book. Your art book. It's going in there.
Give me your book. It's getting shredded. What the fuck is that? Don't worry about it. I found it.
All right. Rain is going to lead the others to where the book is. We're hunting the book now. And we don't have Helly here to stop Rain from reading the book.
As if you're gonna get it. You're gonna get your hands on it before I do.
Okay. Rain, roll investigation to try and find the book again. It's not a high DC.
I'm going to do the same, if that's a thing I can do.
Yeah. And then both of you also roll me stealth checks.
Of course. Stealth first.
So, question: does it?
22.
Can Towson technically look for the book after all? I mean,
I don't know anything about like how said
Tal-
book is like hidden. So
I mean, Towson can help.
okay. That's a perception check, right?
Investigation.
Okay, thank God. That is going to be a 16 then.
16.
Mm-hmm.
And Towson?
I thought I was just helping.
Oh, then advantage, Rain. I thought you were also
okay.
rolling.
I said I was, and then you said he'd be able to help. So
Right.
I just assumed that would.
That I meant that you could roll investigation. but-
Okay, then I will do
If-
that.
Okay, then don't roll at advantage, Rain. We take the 16.
Okay, I lost my dice anyway, so I guess that's a good thing. I
23.
don't know where the fuck it went.
23 and 16, and then stealth checks from both of you.
I got a 22.
Well, fuck, I lost my dice. Hold on. I found my dice. Rain, your fucking disappointment. That's a 12.
And you
His
said
high
22,
heels are
Towson?
getting in the way.
Yes.
He's walking a little too sassy, the clap of the heels.
Stop.
You with Towson's 22, it evens out to you guys do manage to go mostly unnoticed. Not unseen, but unnoticed, as you make your way through the halls. Rain, you retrace your steps, but kind of get lost along the way, and Towson has to point out, like, no, we've been down this hall, it's probably this way, a couple of times. But you do find the room. Opening the door, you see the desk with the nameplate that reads L Sword and the open book sitting on it.
Rain is going to grab a piece of paper and stick it in the page that that the book is open on, and making sure no one else is in the room first. Actually, it's empty, right?
Looking around the room, it looks like it's empty. Just you and Talzin are the only two people you can see.
Okay. All right, Talzin. Last time, we weren't allowed to actually look through the book for information. I say this time we actually try to get more information from the book. You down?
What was the whole significance of the book to begin with?
It's got a map of where all the APS chiefs are.
Okay.
And it's got mission logs, stuff like that, and it can hopefully give us information on that lycanthrope and undead that they are hunting.
I mean, why didn't you guys look through it before? If it has all that?
Helly was convinced it was gonna possess us or something crazy. I don't know what would give Helly that idea.
Right.
think Helly was just being paranoid after last situation.
I think you also have issues with being possessed, so I don't know if we want to do that again.
Look, I didn't get. I took the right precautions. I didn't say yes to it this time.
That's exactly what I don't want to hear. Let's just not. I think that'd be the smart idea.
Besides, that other guy's he's an asshole. I wouldn't want to. No. At least with the hat, it was more of a mutual understanding.
It just wasn't. You killed like a lot of people.
That was the hat, not me.
That's exactly my point. You have an issue with being possessed.
You'll understand when you're older, Sheldon.
Okay, can I? Okay, just let me make sure. Okay, and I'm gonna spend
The
a
book
minute.
is in Elvish, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Like to spend a minute to cast Identify on it.
Okay. Rain, are you doing anything while Talzin is casting Identify?
That sword that was 1 moment. So there's a sword
Yep, the sword
on
is
the
still
wall,
there.
right?
Yep.
While Talzin does that, I want to cast Identify on the sword.
Okay. You both cast Identify. Talzin.
Mhm.
The book is enchanted, so that those whose names are inscribed on the first page will always be visible on the maps within the book. It also contains shifting maps that match not precisely match the inner planes. Other pages should contain maps of the... Where is my fucking planar map? There it is. The other pages within the book, besides the one that is actively open, should contain the 4 elemental planes, the Feywild, the Shadowfell, and the 4 planes of the dead: Oblatus, Pax Elmor, Horosis, and the Hells. These planes making up what are known as the inner planes. It also includes the current active mission of each member of APS, listed within the center of the book where the material plane page is. And the book cannot show anyone whose name is inscribed on the first page if they are not within the inner planes. So if they are on a demiplane or somewhere in the outer planes, they will not appear. And the book should contain additional maps of specific regions of the different planes, if you need a closer look at their locations.
Okay. Nothing about possession though?
No curse that you can find.
Cool. Well, okay. Then I'm just gonna start looking through it. Starting with the logs first.
Okay.
While Rain finishes up with his Identify.
Rain, we're going to cut over to you because your Identify would end pretty soon after Talzin's.
Nope, I have Mystic Conflux, which gives me a 1 use per day Identify that only takes a minute.
Identify takes a minute,
it's a minute
if
anyways.
you're using a spell slot.
I'm not.
Yes, but I'm assuming
I
Rain
am.
is.
Oh, but Rain is. Okay, I see what you
There we go.
mean. Okay.
Rain, you cast Identify on the sword. It is a simple blade. The enchantment on it, just guiding the wielder's hand. It is a +2 longsword. Short sword. it seems mostly to be hung here as sentimental, as opposed to anything else.
Rain will reveal his findings to Philly and Talzin.
Talzin,
Hmm?
as you look to the missions, the current quests of each of the APS members, most of them have not changed from when Rain looked at the book yesterday. One of them has, which is Ariane's. Ariane's no longer lists retrieve the scrolls his colleagues require, and now says prepare for the meeting on APS Island. Otherwise, the missions are the same. Holly is currently search for the coffin of Morlena Fallant. Elsword and Tatum are both guard the royal heirs, I believe. And looking at the maps, all of them, with the exception of Holly, are currently on the material plane. Ariane, Ariel, Alwaden, Rindal, Kiana, and Aconite are all on APS Island. Elsword and Tatum are both in the Wusenian Empire, and Holly is not visible on the material plane map.
Okay. In that case, I'll just wait for Rain to finish up and then review other things with him, because I assume Rain has other stuff in mind.
Rain would also just go over to the book, and his main interest right now is the book, so he will be flipping through. He wouldn't just be looking at the most recent missions, though. He would try to see if there were any other missions that might catch his eye immediately, anything that he recognizes, and just try to jot down any information that might seem useful.
Okay. You flip the page. As you flip the page, you find immediately that you have flipped to the Shadowfell page, and you see a dot slowly moving along with the name attached, reading Holly Virtutus, the Shadow Chief of APS. Flipping through, you do see maps of the 4 elemental planes, the 4 planes of death, the Feywild and the Shadowfell. You don't find previous missions, but you do find the front page, which has more than 9 names listed, but has quite a few scratched out or crossed off until only 9 remain. You don't recognize any of the names that are crossed out, with the exception of 1. Alphonse Prelon Strixhand. The 9 names that are not crossed out are Elsword, Aconite, Elwaden, Ariel, Ariane, Holly, Kiana, Rindal, and Tatum.
Okay, can we get that written down real quick? I'm so sorry.
The 9 names that are not crossed out are the current 9 commands of APS. You can gather that the names that are crossed out are the previous commands of APS who have since been either fired or killed.
Okay. How far into the book is this?
That is on the front page.
Okay.
The material plane map is about halfway through the book. It's the center of the book, just as it is the center of the planes.
looking throughout the other pages, is it mostly just like maps of the other planes?
Mostly maps of the inner planes, and then space for missions to be written, but nothing is actually written, as well as maps of regions of the different planes. So there's a map of just the Empire, just Asunia, just the Kingdom, just APS Island. And as for the inner planes, there's maps of specific regions there as well.
Going to the Shadowfell map, can Rain essentially trace it to the best of his ability as quickly as possible? Because, we might need to go there at some point in time,
Go ahead and roll a dexterity-based performance check.
Let me find my
So,
performance.
if you have proficiency in performance, then you add your proficiency. If not, just roll dexterity.
6. I'm trying to math. One moment. 15.
15. Um, 15. You you are able to trace a decent copy of the Shadowfell map.
And Rain would put a little tiny dot marker for where the current commander is.
Okay.
Just like a little. Since we have a somewhat understanding of what they're hunting.
Fair enough.
And give me one moment. Who else was missing? There was one other that was missing.
Ariane was missing when you checked the book before, but he is now on APS Island.
Okay.
And his mission has changed from gather the scrolls his colleagues require to prepare for the meeting. So he probably finished gathering those scrolls.
Well then, I do think that is all the information we needed from the book at the moment then. There's no way to tell, like, up close, perhaps, where the, because I know Heli was trying to figure out where the command slept.
Well, like I mentioned, there are maps of individual regions, so there is a map specifically of APS Island. You could use that to try and locate the current locations of the chiefs and hope that they are all sleeping.
Let's do that.
Okay. You flip to the map of APS Island and see immediately that unfortunately they aren't all sleeping. Rindal, Kiana, and Ariane are all actively moving. You see Kiana is currently walking away from, like, it looks like he's just left the HQ building and is now walking away towards the residential areas. You see Rindal, her little dot seems to just be kind of moving back and forth, almost as if pacing in the HQ building. And Ariane's is currently along the, I guess beach is the word. It feels wrong to call it a beach. Along the shoreline. I'm going to say shoreline. I'm not going to say beach. I don't like the idea of calling it a beach because there's no stones or sand. It's just smooth. Ariane is currently walking along the shoreline. Alwaden is currently not moving near the port. Not, like, off the edge of the island, but within kind of the port area. And Ariel is placed on basically the exact same part of the map. Draw whatever conclusions you may.
I do think that is everything that we need then, and we could probably try to get out of here without being seen.
Okay.
Reunite back with the party, share information. Or no, that's stupid. That's stupid. We should roll for that if we're gonna do that.
Uh-oh.
Okay, never mind. We're good. We're not stupid today, guys.
Thank God.
You lucked out, Towson.
I know.
I was about to drag us off on another little adventure. Okay, yeah, we're gonna behave and just go right back to where Heli and Hellebore, the Hellies, are.
You don't know where the Hellies are.
Okay, well, back to our
your room.
housing. Yeah.
Okay.
Are we still like renting a place, or do we have like semi-housing or not renting? Where are we staying?
You are staying in the same place that you were staying in the last time you were here for a session, Tate.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That very small room that you can fit a tiny hut in. Before we go, though, should we maybe try to go get a couple more supplies to copy down the spells? Eh?
It's probably a smart idea.
So you're stopping along the way to pick up some paper and ink?
Yes.
Just 10 gold's worth for one spell?
I think that's all we need, so.
Okay.
Can we get 2?
Sure. Between the two of you, knock off 20 gold's worth, then. Or knock off 20 gold, then. As you make your way back to the place where you are staying.
20 gold total, or 20 gold each?
20 gold
So
total between the two of you.
I've knocked off 20 already. I got it.
Okay.
Okay.
So Rain, don't knock off anything. You guys make your way back, and I forgot to mention Aconite's place on the island. When you were looking at the map, Rain, Aconite is also not moving anymore, and is positioned right near the north end of the island, behind the headquarters.
Okay.
As you guys get back to the room, it takes about... Helly and Hellebore, I assume you guys head back to the room after you finish up with what you guys were doing?
No.
No.
We were still going to break into Kiana's house.
Right. You were going to do that. Then we'll come back. Honestly, we'll come back to that next session.
Fair enough.
Here's...
Rain and Talzin,
Hi.
you guys are in your room, or in the room for a bit. Long enough that, Talzin, you can copy down telepathic bond.
Yippee!
And then, Rain, are you planning to copy down a spell, or did you just want that for the future?
That Magic Mansion.
Okay. Do you have a scroll for it?
Yeah, Rain has the scroll that he was reserving to not use so that he could try to copy it and ensure that he would be able to get the right set so that we can go to it whenever we want instead of trying to steal more scrolls.
Right. You both are able to copy that down. While you guys are in the midst of copying that down, because it's an hour of time to do it. While you are doing that...
Which version of telepathic bond? Because there's...
Legacy.
Well, yeah, there's two that are legacy.
What?
There's there's Rory's telepathic bond, and there's just telepathic bond.
Oh, those are the same.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the same.
Okay. I hadn't looked at them yet. I just noticed that there was two. I was like, I don't want to... better to ask than to assume.
Fair enough. About 20 minutes into copying the spells down, Hyacinth does return. He kind of gives you guys a nod and sits down to not bother you while you're doing your thing.
Motherfucker, I am working.
But as you finish copying your spells down, he kind of glances between you two and speaks up. How was your end of the mission?
Interesting.
Thousand then Philly got harassed by an old dead guy.
Huh. An old dead guy harassed Talzin and Philly.
Yeah, the same guy that tried to possess me to reclaim power and everything.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
him. What was he harassing them about?
Calling
Our
him
existence.
monster. He's being an asshole.
The fact that we aren't human.
I don't think
Which
he
is
was
perfectly
either.
fine.
He was an elf, right?
Talzin does quotation marks humanoid.
I mean, you're always going to meet people like that, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid.
You can say that again.
You were the one trying to find a way to help bring him back. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh no, okay, so I actually want to fix, I wasn't trying to bring him back in a good way. I was more so trying to just cut off the information source for APS.
Information source.
He's
Yeah,
a library. He can't not answer questions.
Oh.
I wouldn't ever want him to just be free without at least learning some humility and having to change his view of the world, because that's not someone you just have running around. That's not right. I just didn't want to, in case in the future we need something, I didn't want to come off as him knowing my whole plan. So I am sorry that I didn't clarify that sooner, Talzin.
That's
I
fair.
don't wish
get it.
to free him, but he could hear us in the room, even if I was to just speak out loud to you when not touching the, when not hearing him. So I just didn't want that to happen.
That's fair.
Rain, I probably should wait for Hellebore to be back, but I received a messenger bird from First Druid Calathea.
Oh?
He wanted to check in. The last time he'd heard from me, I'd just encountered you again, reunited in the village in the kingdom. He asked me how you guys were doing and wanted me to tell you that Foxglove is becoming more coherent.
Great!
Um,
Halibor will be ecstatic to hear that.
yeah, I'll make sure to tell her when she gets back, but I didn't want to withhold the information, you know?
Oh, you're good.
Calathea also mentioned that he'd be interested in any more information that you might have regarding the condition of Foxglove. He didn't elaborate on what that meant.
Okay. I think that for that conversation, we should probably wait for Helibor and the others.
Right. Makes sense. Yeah, he didn't say much beyond that, just that Foxglove was doing better and wanted to know if you knew anything more. Apparently, Foxglove was rambling something about fear and love and a name. I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce it. Velicity? Velicity? Felicity? I don't know. Does the name mean anything to you?
What was the name?
Felicity.
Valicety is how he spelt it.
Oh gosh, I'm having a moment. I can't remember shit. Talent, I don't even remember how you spelt that, so I can't even search it.
Velicity was the name that Foxglove was rambling, repeating over and over again when you first encountered him.
Okay.
Oh, you.
It doesn't exactly have particular meaning towards us, as far as I'm aware, but that is
Par for the course.
something that's, yeah.
Right. I will make sure that he knows as much.
Okay.
He also said that Hawthorne sends his regards. He apparently has fond memories of your interactions with him.
Yeah. The druids are nice people.
The Gotska Grove is always open to visitors if you ever want to head back.
I would like that.
I definitely think in the future I would want to visit them. Man, all this talk is making me want to go home now.
Do you have a home?
Yes, I do.
I don't know, you never seemed like the type to stay in one place for long to me.
I mean, I don't really like stay in one place even when I am home. It's home is more so like for me, the people. I just miss a lot of my friends. I miss Nick's, other members.
I
There
mean,
were. It's been a while since I've seen or heard from a lot of them. The ones I have, well, they turn out to be traitors, so kind of makes me wonder how the entire organization's holding up.
well, I mean, you guys are headed to the Northern Fox Woods after this, right? It's not far, I don't think. That guy that you sent to your people, you only sent him up a city, right?
True. We just have so many things, though, going on. I don't know if we'll have time to, make many detours at the moment.
I mean, don't take this as advice, but couldn't you just fabricate a reason to go there? Some urgent whatever?
I mean, I've definitely thought about it, be it one reason or another. And there are also some legitimate reasons as to why I could go up there as well, but
I mean,
one thing I've learned is sometimes there are other things that take more urgent matters. We do have, you know, end of the world groups currently organizing and getting ready to march, so
yeah, but I mean, how do you prioritize that? Your friend is missing, right? I haven't seen Harbor since I first met you. I haven't
Rain
seen
just
any
winces.
effort made to find her. The cursed ones are still out there, and the shadow druids are still hunting Hellebore. You haven't actively looked into them. Even the crest hunt is still making moves, but you're here looking for key fragments to save a lycanthrope who's been locked away for millennia, centuries at least.
We're just gonna grab a couple key fragments here at this mission. We don't have to grab them all.
I'm not saying you're in the wrong, I'm just saying there is a lot on your plate, and it doesn't seem like any
We're
of
making much
the...
progress?
No, it doesn't seem like any of the groups that you're against are in any particular rush.
The crest hunt has a set amount of rituals that they're to complete, and we do have dates for, I think, the next one, right? Right? Am I remembering that correctly?
I believe you do have a date for the next one. You definitely have a location.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we have a date and a location. And we have to stop not just one, but at least we have to stop multiple for those. And we haven't even managed to stop one in every instance that we've come across a ritual. So that does definitely take, in my personal opinion, like second priority on the list. This one here is more so one that's APS is the whole key fragment thing is not at the top of the list, I'll be honest. For me, top of the list is definitely Nyx, and you are right. We need to look for Harbor as well, but that is something that I need to figure out how to do that. I just don't know how to start that yet.
I mean, think about it. Your attentions are so split, being drawn between multiple world-ending threats. Why are they all happening now? I mean, the Crest Hunt has existed for as long as history can remember, and they're only just now choosing to do these rituals. The Cursed Ones, I mean, how long have they been around? They're only choosing now to act? Everything is happening now, but why now?
I don't know why now exactly. I guess you could say it's part of it could be the fact that they've noticed each other acting and decide that they need to move on with their plans to ensure that they come out on top, and all the tension is going to make the ropes snap eventually and the bridge will come down, but it's we don't know what they know of each other,
What if
unfortunately.
what if you're the rope they're trying to snap?
I don't like that.
I've been thinking about it since I started traveling with you. We encountered a woman who insisted that nature used to be named after her, and she certainly had the power to back up the claims. We've fought shadow druids and cursed ones and vampires and whatever thing possessed you and Nyx. So much so that you are distracted. You're being pulled in every direction, and I can't be the only one that notices the thread connecting them all, right?
I mean, the group does have a lot of connections all around.
No, I mean everything, regardless of you and your companions, everything is connected. Whatever thing is possessing Nyx, it's moving around with a vampire and some bounty hunter. It was with the cursed ones. I've seen that bounty hunter in druid groves before, scouting. Something wants your attention split. Maybe. I could be crazy. It could be a coincidence. I don't think... It doesn't make sense.
I mean, to be honest, if they want our attention split, they have it split. So
Where is it that they don't want you looking?
I don't have an answer for that, because right now I feel like we are currently... There's not a single continent that we haven't had to go to and focus our attention to. I mean, hell, we've even had to pay attention to other planes. You know, we're currently looking into the Shadowfell at the moment. Speaking of which, I did get a map. That might help us out with
Right.
that. But I don't know if they. It could be one of the things in particular that they're trying to keep us from.
I don't know.
It's just whatever it is. They certainly ensured that we would have our hands full, and well, they got what they want.
I could be wrong, but just maybe try looking in the cracks. Looking where they don't want you to see. Where you don't want to look. Something like that.
I'll keep that in mind.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. Thank you all for coming. Viewers and players. And I look forward to seeing you all next week. Goodbye for now, my friends.